Good morning. I call a regular council meeting to order today, February 10th. Oh man, I wrote my notes yesterday. 2026 at 9 a.m. We welcome each of you in chambers, and those observing online. At request of Mayor Branco, I'm chairing today's meeting as Deputy Mayor. Mayor Branco, Councillor Nielsen, and Councillor Aberle are participating virtually. Voting will continue to be indicated with raised hands. If I am uncertain of a participant's vote, I will pause to ask for confirmation. With multiple virtual attendees, it may take a few extra minutes when we transition between public and closed sessions for today's meetings. If a councillor experiences connectivity issues during a meeting, I can call a recess to allow time to resolve the issue. If after a period of 5 minutes the issues cannot be resolved, I will resume the meeting and the councillor. Can I ask councillors to be on mute when you're not speaking? We've got some sound issues here. I'm trying to find them. Thank you. If connectivity issues cannot be resolved within 5 minutes, I will resume the meeting and the councillor will be deemed absent during the period of time in which they are unable to hear or participate in the meeting. Appreciate the work of our tech support today as we navigate so many virtual participants today. Working through our agenda, first up is open mic. Seeing no one, we'll move on to the approval of the agenda. Upon review of the agenda, are there any additions?
Yes.
Councillor Elder?
I'd like to add one item to new business, please.
Okay. That'll be 15.2. Councillor Elder. Any others? Councillor Aberle?
Sorry, too many things going on right now. I had made a notice of motion that I would like added to new business as well, please.
Yep. You'll be 15.3.
Thank you.
Any others? Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you. With Councillor Elder's addition to the, can we have a descriptor?
Sure. I believe it's a notice of motion.
Okay, yeah, I can read it to you.
It's just a notice of motion?
Yeah, I'm asking, sorry, Councillor
Yeah.
Elder, is it notice? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. We have two additional notice of motion. Anyone else for additions to the agenda? Yes, administration?
Thank you, through the chair. Are we able to move item 14.3 earlier in the agenda?
Yes, I'm planning to move it to just prior to 7.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks. Any other additions? Okay, I'm seeking a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Councillor Billingsley?
I move that City Council approves the regular council meeting agenda for February 10th, 2026 as amended.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you. Thanks for keeping your hands up a little longer while I try to check all the screens in the chambers. Seeing none opposed, this is carried. Next is the adoption of minutes. So upon review of the regular meeting minutes for January 27th, 26, are there any errors or omissions to note? Seeing none, I seek a motion to approve the agenda. Councillor Hoyle?
I move the council adopts the regular council meeting minutes for January 27th, 2026 as presented.
All in favor? Carried. Upon review of the special meeting minutes from February 4th, are there any errors or omissions?
Yes,
Councillor-
Madam Chairman, I'd like to make an amendment if I may.
Please, Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. And I have to admit, it's an unusual one. I would ask that the special council minutes reflect the vote being 4-2 in opposition of the motion. The current minutes read 5-1. And if I may speak to that very briefly.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I think, as everyone knows, I brought the motion forward to not allow the rental of the co-op place. I spoke vociferously about it, and then I had an OG moment that my colleagues can reflect upon, I'm sure, that because I was so opposed to the rental, when the chair called for opposition, I raised my hand and I actually voted against my own motion, which was not my intent. And I would ask my colleagues around the table to allow that stand, as it has makes no changes to the actual motion and the outcome of that motion.
Council, is there any opposition to the correction or change that Councillor Nielsen is proposing? If you're opposed, please raise your hand. I see no opposition to this. Administration, can this please be amended? Can we see see it amended on our screen before we vote on these, approving these minutes? Councillor Nielsen, just confirming, can you see the screen that's of the previous minutes where they're working on amending these?
Actually, no, I can't.
One moment, please. I'll read them when we see what's the amendment is. I think I can read what's here. As those of you that can see the screen, are you comfortable with this? Okay, just a second. Yeah, there is one more correction I see.
Yep.
Thank you. Yep. Okay. Councillor Nielsen, please confirm that you're okay with this correction that you proposed. Oh, I can't see it again. Just a second. The minutes are being changed to say that the vote on the motion was for 2 in favor, Councillor Aberle and Councillor Wayne Nielsen, and 4 opposed, myself, Laura White, Councillor Billingsley, Councillor Elder, and Councillor Hoyle. Wayne, is that reflective of the change you'd like to make?
Yes, it is, Madam Chairman.
Okay, seeking a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
Are you asking for me to read that?
No, I'm asking for a motion to approve the minutes.
I move the council adopts the special council meeting minutes of February 4th, 2026 as amended.
Thank you. All in favor? Opposed? Mayor Branco, I didn't see your vote. And I can't hear you because you're on mute.
I believe I can't vote because it wasn't at that council meeting.
Oh, yeah. Good call. Thank you. Way to go. Okay, that's carried. The minutes are.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Okay. Next on our agenda, I'm seeking a motion to go into closed session for item 14.3 prior to opening our public hearing. Councillor Hoyle?
I so move.
Opposed? No. Call the question? In favor of going into closed session? Okay. Moving into closed session.
definitely. We, you know, at 60-some and 70, we were the young of the old.
Yeah.
Like, we're talking 80 is the mean age, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You know, there's no nightclubs, there's no bars.
Can we open
right?
this
Like, there's nothing.
meeting so that I
Quite
can
sedate.
see
But
if
I enjoy that.
everyone's attending?
It's quiet. There's actually a
Councillor
quiet
Hoyle?
pool.
Quiet, please, we're getting
Yeah.
ready to start.
If you want to have the party, you go to the, oh, is it 55? It is.
We're back from closed session. I'll just pause until we get our virtual attendees here.
I bet you that's what's happened.
I'm sorry?
Okay, I'll do a quick sound check to make sure we have everyone. Joe Branco, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Councillor Nielsen?
Yes, I can.
I can't hear you, Councillor Nielsen.
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Councillor Aberlee?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, seeking a motion to come out of closed session. Councillor Billingsley, all in favor? Carried. Moving on in today's meeting to our public hearing. I declare that the public hearing for Bylaw 2103-26 open at 9:58 a.m. I will ask Planning and Development to explain the purpose of this hearing. Welcome.
Good morning. The purpose of this hearing is to receive public input on Bylaw 2103-26 to amend the land use bylaw to add health service as a permitted use in the C3 Highway Commercial District.
Has notice of this hearing been provided in accordance with the applicable legislation and the bylaws of the City of Wetaskiwin?
Yes, the public hearing was advertised on whatifwetaskiwin.ca as of January 27th, 2026, as per the requirement from the Municipal Government Act, Section 606, and the city's advertising bylaw. In addition, it was advertised in the Pipestone Flyer on February 5th, 2026.
Thank you. I will now request that Planning and Development provide their report regarding this matter.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Administration is recommending that the land use bylaw be amended to add health service to the highway commercial district as a permitted use. This amendment is consistent with how health services are regulated elsewhere in the land use bylaw and supports the purpose of the C3 district. It aligns with policies in the municipal development plan, and it is not expected to change the land use impacts or intensity of the C3 district.
Have we received any written submissions?
No, we did not.
I now call on anyone else who wishes to speak directly to council on this matter. Firstly, we will call on anyone who registered prior to the meeting, and then anyone else who wishes to speak may have an opportunity. Please note that all speakers will be given 5 minutes to speak. Seeing none. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this matter? Final call. Is there anyone wishing to present to council to speak to this matter? Seeing no one else, I would like to thank everyone for their presentation, planning and development, for this hearing. I declare this public hearing closed at 10 a.m. Council is now going to move to item 12.1 on the agenda, where we can discuss and debate the second and third readings of this bylaw amendment. Then we will come back to item 10. So, moving ahead to the bylaw section of our agenda. Regarding bylaw 2103-26, amending the land use bylaw, which is 1804-13, to add health services to C3 Highway Commercial District. I'm seeking a motion to give the second reading. Councillor Billingsley.
Move that City Council give second reading to Bylaw 2103-26.
Any discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? Thank you. This is carried. Seeking the next motion.
I move that City Council give third reading to Bylaw 2103-26.
Thank you, Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Debate? Seeing none, all in favor? These are carried. Thank you. Okay, moving back in our agenda to item 10. Staff reports for decision. 10.1, Intergovernmental Affairs Policy C0-0161. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I move that Council accepts this report as information.
Any debate? Open for discussion. Go ahead, Councillor Billingsley.
It's more for discussion.
Thank you.
I personally have received some emails, a couple phone calls as well, of concerns about this new policy. For clarification, it is a new policy. Previously, there was a directive given that we followed, and I think it's really important looking through that. There's not much in here that I disagree with. I find it very clear that we state the responsibilities through council members, as well as the city manager, which is really the designate to speaking to other levels of government administration. It's really important that administration speaks to administration and elected officials speak to elected officials, and those lines aren't blurred. What I found was in the previous term, myself and Councillor Nielsen acted as liaisons to our MLA's office. And it's really important that we spoke with one voice, but that voice and what was brought forward to them was decided upon through council beforehand. we didn't go there with any sort of intent of any personal or what advancing ideas that were individuals. It was of what council wanted. And I think that that's very important, because when you meet with other elected officials, the meetings are very formal, and there's two sets of 4 words that I like to use is, why are you here? And more importantly, what is your ask? And I think that these things are addressed for the most part in here. The only thing that I think that might be important, and we can have this discussion, is our governance relations plan first. In other words, what is it that, what is your ask? Why are you here? But we need to get on that same page so that when whoever goes and meets with other elected officials, or if administration meets with other administrations, that we are all on the same page. So I think that that might be something that we have in here of making sure that we speak to the governance relations plan. So that's something that I think we may want to add into that. And then from there, a procedure, exactly how this goes down. So that because some of the concerns was that administration is steering the ship, and certainly hasn't been that way before. It was what we decided we wanted to talk about, and we were the ones who talked about with the government officials, right? Administration would speak to administration, and I think that those lines are pretty clear in here as far as I'm concerned. So those are my concerns or input on this document.
Thank you. I see Councillor Aberly, and then I'll acknowledge Councillor Nielsen. Go ahead, Councillor Aberly.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor White. Through the chair to administration, I have a comment and then a question. Well, they're related. When I was reading through the policy in general, I didn't have any complaints. It seemed to make sense in general to me. And following up on a lot of what Councillor Billingsley said, and I think that in some ways, those of us who have the opportunity to sit at this table just understood it better, because we are living it. So the number one question or lots of questions came, but the one that I found most interesting was, it seems, was this arrived by council or sort of meant to protect council, or is this giving more authority to administration? And so through to Sue, when you see this, how do you interpret your authority from this policy?
Through the chair to Councillor Aberly, I have zero authority. So everything currently goes through the government relations plan that council creates. And then you figure out what lobbying you want to do. And then myself and my team develop out briefing notes, get you set up with ministers, put you in the right rooms to have those discussions that you want to have. And so we coordinate the facilitation of what it is you're telling us to do. There is, like, currently this is a directive, which just means it's my direction down to staff. And there is a lot more detail in that one that I think could be put into a procedure, like Councillor Billingsley talked about. But really, the direction comes from council through your GR plan and then down to us to tell us what to do. So I have zero authority to act outside of what you tell me to.
So let's just say for, as an example, I don't think that this community would be surprised that I'm center to leaning left. And as we have a UCP government right now, if this council decides that we are to be engaging with that government, am I to go to other members of parliament that are not, or parliament, excuse me, of the legislature that are not part of the majority government and telling them my personal thoughts as council's thoughts in any meetings?
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, no, I think council goes as a united. We do have a government relations firm that we work with, and they work with all parties. And there have been times in the past where, while we're working with the sitting government, we also do touch base with the official opposition just to push forward what council would like to see. But it's usually very strategic, and it's concerted effort based on a briefing that council has already seen and approved.
So, and I think that's important too. Thank you for the briefings. And I'll use that as an example. When we were at AB Muni's, seems like forever ago now, but just a few months ago, it was very helpful that we received very basic briefings of sort of the general asks that we have. We had a couple meetings. We saw a couple ministers socially, and it was just things that we could bring up. But that was based on council's decision, correct? Not administration's decision?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to my colleague, Councillor Billingsley, you've indicated you wanted to see this approved as information pending the development of our intergovernmental strategic plan. So from your perspective, what are you looking at from a timeline perspective?
I don't know. And the reason I say that is as much as we still have the directive in place, that isn't going away, which really tackles most of what's already in here. To me, having this government relations plan should be something that we discuss shortly and come up with our goals. And it may be after we finish up with our strategic plan. Then from there, then we can identify where the provincial government or federal government or other levels of government, I guess, could advance our needs. And then from there, if that plan then can fit into this document, then wonderful. If it's not needed, that's fine too. But even if this is accepted for information, the current directive is still valid. So it's not like we don't have a plan or a rule book, I guess.
Thank you for the response. And I think that the important takeaway for me is that we do have protocols in place currently that we're all, as council members, expected to follow as we interact with various orders of government. So I don't want that missed to the public that we now can all be out rogue talking to various orders of government, but because there are controls in place that we are representing our community and we represent council when we bring those any questions or issues forward to other orders of government. So thank you for the response.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Councillor Hoyle?
Through to administration, I've had a couple of questions also, as Councillor Billingsley said. Can you tell me, or does anybody have an idea of when this was first brought to council or to administration to be developed? There's a theory in the community that it was something that was just done very recently, and I believe it was not correct.
Through the chair to Councillor Hoyle, the original administrative directive was developed in 2024, so we rolled that out internally to make sure that staff weren't approaching ministers without elected officials. There's a protocol in place, as Councillor Billingsley pointed out earlier. We've been doing government relations work since 2020. And we've just been trying to really evolve it as we go and make sure that there's controls in place so that we don't have, like I said, random staff approaching We've had some problems in the past that necessitated this, so a lot of, I'll just use an example of a former FCSS director had gone directly to the government. Well, the FCSS agreement is with the city, and so it's really important that the city is the one that's speaking to the ministers. And so over the years, since 2020, we've just tried to put a few more controls in place. And while a directive is good because it controls the message to the staff, we really started thinking with the last council that this would probably be better as a council policy, because lobbying is your purview and it's part of your government relations plan. And so it was presented, and I don't have the exact date, I would have to go look for it, to the last council. It was a P&T, so nothing formal with council. And then, yeah, we waited for the election to happen to bring it forward.
Thank you for that. I just wanted clarity on that. And I do have a couple comments. I think some of the questions I got in regards to this, there was and I don't want to say confusion, but they were reading it as to be what our local council would use to govern themselves. And I tried to explain that, no, this is how we deal with other levels of government, not here, not within ourselves. I learned very quickly after I was elected, because I went to the Munis conference, that you're not going to get an hour discussion with these officials. You are likely, which I understood very quickly, I thought, well, we got 20 minutes with K Division, what's the big deal? Because everyone was like, whoa, you got 20 minutes. And apparently that's quite unusual. So as Councillor Billingsley said, you better be ready with your ask quickly. You're not going to get time. It's not a debate. They're not here to debate the issue. They're going to have a conversation with you. You need to be ready to ask. And we do need to do it with one voice. You can't have 4 or 5 people discussing different things with these individuals. They will not give you that time. And so I hope the public understands how or what this policy is for, and not for local governance. It is for how we govern ourselves when we deal with other levels of government.
Thank you. Any further discussion or debate? Okay, it's my turn. I read this with some concern. I obviously didn't know the history, being a new councillor. I acknowledge that I think we need both an administrative procedure directive and a council policy. And this is being presented as a council policy. But as I read it, the tone and the voice are very administrative. I bristle at what I hear council's intergovernmental policy. Like just the term, the language in the policy makes it doesn't sound like it's council's voice to council setting our own policy. I'd like to see that looked at. I'd like some more definition or examples for my own understanding before I'm anywhere close to ready to approve this, specifically around or when language is used, orders of government, are we speaking specifically about elected officials? Are we speaking about those who have been appointed? Are we talking about executive staff? Councillor Billingsley says it's clear to him that it's protocol of elected official to going to elected official is in here, and administration to administration. That's not obvious to me. Sorry, I need it written or explained in a way that I understand, because right now that's not what I read in this. So I'm not prepared to advance this in the format that it's in, but I will accept it as information with the anticipation that it's going to be significantly revised. Or I will be significantly educated, because there's some here that maybe I misinterpret, but when I see things like the city's policy positions as a phrase, I'm sorry, the city doesn't have policy positions. Council has policy positions, I think. So, any further discussion? Councillor Billingsley.
So I had said that I'd like to see the government relations plan completed first.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. And I'm wondering, I guess my question through the chair to administration is that plan in the works, and what sort of time frame would we be looking at for us to decide, council to decide, of what our strategic plan would be as far as the governance portion?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, our government relations consultant is coming in this afternoon after your meeting with about your your council strategic goals, and then we'll go over your existing GR plan and then make any revisions that council wants to see. And Zach will take that away today and then probably present it back within a week or two. So we'll probably bring it back to the next P&T looking for some approvals around the table that's where you want to focus.
So to follow up then,
Go ahead.
because this has been accepted for information, how do we get this back to have some of the concerns that Councillor Waite is concerned about, and some of the things that I may possibly want to add in? What's the vehicle of having this brought back?
You could either make a motion to get us to bring it back, or we could discuss it through agenda review. So our plan would be to take away all of the comments, revise a different draft policy for council to consider and bring it back. And we could do that ourselves. We could do it through agenda review, or you could make a motion today.
Thank you.
Councillor Aberley?
Sorry, I really am confused between the two pieces of technology. Through the chair to the chair. I think it would be helpful for me, and it's not something that I would expect from you today, but if we could have this discussion maybe through this, as Councillor Billingsley was saying, just those little things that you found abrasive, just so I can read it through a different set of eyes, right? And I think that was just my familiarity with it. I liked when you said that when you said in your discussion there that it's not the city decides, it's the council that decides. So I really liked that example, and I would agree 100% that could make it easier. But if you could provide some more examples, even if you can't do it now, but as we go forward to rewrite this, I think that would be amazing. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aberley. I anticipate there's going to be further discussion around our table on this. I'll just put it out. I'm comfortable with letting this be with administration to make a new draft and to gather our input and bring it back in a time frame that we councillors agree to based on the agenda review meetings and timeline. Do I see any opposition to that, or an alternate way of moving forward from what's been presented today?
If I may, Madam Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Councillor Billingsley talked about until we've finalized our intergovernmental strategic plan, and I wonder if we shouldn't be putting a timeline on this coming back to us with a statement that following the development of that plan, that we hear from administration within 2 weeks or the next upcoming council meeting, and then we don't have to worry about it getting lost in the process or trying to come back to it. I think it's important that we identify that we would like to see some timely work done on this particular document.
Thank you, Councillor Nielsen. Councillor Billingsley, do you want to amend your motion in any way, or should we just seek for a direction to administration? But it's your motion, so I'll let you speak to it first.
I think we can still have this as information and potentially through agenda review add that afterwards. That doesn't necessarily need a motion to be brought into agenda review. So I'm okay as it stands.
As it stands, okay. Councillor Nielsen, what mechanism are you proposing, a specific mechanism for this? For
No, I
putting a
guess
timeline, or do we just want to hear from administration they've got it?
Personally, I would like to see a timeline attached, but I'm one of 7 voices around the table, and I'm not in opposition to what's been presented by Councillor Billingsley.
Okay. Councillor Billingsley?
But we could address Councillor Nielsen's concern about timeline in agenda review as well,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
Because, and I'm going to guess that administration has heard pretty loud and clear that this is not something that's is going to disappear.
Thank you. Administration, do you have anything that you wish in any way to respond to what you've heard this morning regarding this proposed policy?
Thank you for the opportunity, but no.
Okay. The motion before us is that council accepts intergovernmental affairs policy CO-061 as information. All in favor? Seeing none opposed, this is carried. Next is our fleet management and equipment policy, CO-022 for the 2026 update. I'm seeking a motion to open discussion on this one. Councillor Hoyle?
I move that council accepts the, what is this, fleet management and equipment pool policy update as information.
No, as information? Or as
Is that correct?
presented?
Do we not need it as information to discuss? Dean?
I'm sorry?
As presented or as information?
Sorry, I was making a note. As present.
I think as presented. We can amend it if after discussion.
Okay,
if
as
we're not okay with
presented.
it. Okay.
Amend my motion to state as presented.
Okay. Thanks.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Chris Mullen, Manager of Fleet and Facilities. Today I will be presenting the updated Fleet Management and Equipment Pool Policy CO-022 for Council's consideration. The updated policy was previously presented at the January 13th, 2026 Council meeting as RFD 251572. In response to Council's request to include a defined reporting timeline, administration has incorporated this change in Section 4.5 of the updated policy, specifying that the annual fleet management report be presented to Council prior to April 30th of each year. This timing was intentionally selected by administration to ensure the report is presented to Council in advance of the annual budget cycle. That concludes my presentation. I would be happy to answer any questions Council may have.
Thank you for bringing this back and for taking the advice of council to amend it. I see Councillor Nielsen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Through the chair to Chris. I'm seeking some clarification here. In item 4.4, fleet capital reserve funding, and I'll quote a bit of a statement here. All capital and operating costs associated with the municipal fleet are fully recovered. I guess the question I'm posing here, Chris, is when we talk about, because again in 4.4-1, it talks about ensuring indirect operational costs. So when we talk about this, are we talking about staffing costs as well?
Through the chair to the question, that's correct. We will be looking to capture 100% of the costs and move to a net zero funding model.
Okay, so then as you bill, as you charge back, is I think the terminology used, and you're charging the operators costs back, are the dollars collected for the operator to operate the equipment going back into the actual equipment pool?
Through the chair to the question, that's correct. So the policy is defined for both operational and capital expenses What we've done for the capital expenses is done a straight line approach for the anticipated life cycle of the unit. The operational expenses would be a direct charge back to the user group.
So the whole intention is, I understood the chargeback was to ensure that we had sufficient dollars in our reserve to maintain equipment and maintain, repair, and purchase new equipment. Would that be a fair statement?
Through the chair to the question, what the policy does is it breaks it down between that capital replacement expense and the maintenance and ongoing operational expense. So we've broken that out between the reserve funding for the capital replacement for that and done a straight line approach. So we've delineated both the capital replacement expense and the operational expenses, so fuel, our ongoing maintenance, things of that nature for the equipment within the policy.
But if the chargeback is intended for just what you stated there, Chris, in terms of repair, gas, oil, whatever, and the depreciation related to the equipment, why would we include the cost of the operator in that process with those dollars going back to the capital funding?
Through the chair to the question, sorry, I may not have been clear and may not have heard you properly previously. The operational expenses for the operator of that unit is 100% within the user group. The only internal owned force labor that we are charging back to those user groups is for the mechanics in the shop and the administration expense to manage both the capital replacement and the ongoing maintenance of the fleet. The operators are a sole responsibility within those user groups for that expense.
Thank you. You've sold me on this, and I apologize if I took you down the wrong road with my questions. Thank you very much.
Mayor Branco, I see your hand.
Thank you. Couple questions, Chris. Number one, have you come up with a unit rate per equipment, heavy equipment, or because you obviously know the cost, the maintenance? Yes, you're estimating. Everything is an estimation. Of fuel, repairs, we all know maybe the greater expense. That's not how it's done to get an actual, or you can find out the year after, but estimating, let's say your grader costs you $75 an hour without an operator, and that would include maintenance, fuel, insurance. Wouldn't that be a safer way to go above that, to cost what actually costs that unit rate? Because I don't know how do we charge jobs out if we don't know actually what it costs us? What's it cost us to do? We can all say that we spend $50,000 or $300,000 on snow removal, but actually, what is the equipment cost for doing the snow removal without the operator? That's one question. And another question, now reading through this, we keep saying that we follow all of the safety codes. Why are we under a national safety code when we are a provincial business? Your trucks are provincial carriers, not national carriers. I don't want to follow national carriers or national equipment codes because Ontario has different codes for their equipment than we do. And my other question, 4.22, something just came out to me. It says, if you decide on something, you do not need council's approval or is required to either move on or to add or to change service values. maybe I'm going too fast and not giving you the answer to answer these. And my last question, if we use an older piece of equipment and we're using it's operating, you say that we're going to charge 4% after the life cycle of the original equipment at cost, whatever the cost of that equipment. Does that mean that 4% the city would have to pay, if the grader's worth, say, $500,000, we're going to pay 4% out of our operating budget to pay for that equipment to go into the equipment pool?
Joe, you're at 5 questions. That's quite a
Okay,
bit.
I'm done. I'm done.
Got any else?
No, that's it. I'm done. Those are the ones. I actually read this thing, so you should be proud. I read it.
Mr. Bond's been massively taking notes as you go. That was a lot. Are you prepared to answer any one of his 5 questions?
Through the chair to the chair, I guess I am.
Okay,
Through
ready,
the chair
set,
to the
go.
question, and please correct me if I get any of these questions wrong. I was trying to take notes through. The first question regarding the operator and the way that we do the unit rates, that is typically the way that we had approached it in the past, but it's not a true reflection. We had used the road builders unit rates in the past. It's not a true reflection of what our actual operating costs are for our fleet on any given point in time. We do have underutilized seasonal pieces of equipment that are very specific. I'll use the snow blower as an example that, you know, some years that snow blower may only be used a few hundred hours a year. Other years it may be maxed out. It doesn't factor in the total capital cost for replacement nor the actual operational expenses from a maintenance perspective for those. The second question, just regarding the legislation, as far as the legislation for the national safety codes, that is a legislative body that we must follow. We do not have a choice in the matter. It is a national framework for management of fleet. We also follow the Government Alberta Commercial Vehicle Act for all of our commercial transport vehicles as well. 4.22, I will look for a little bit of clarification on your question for that. It was built in that any additions or deletions, any additions to the fleet, we would be coming back to council for council's consideration based on the service levels and council's direction within the policy. I can have a look at that again. And then the final question that I have is just regarding the 4% capital replacement for equipment that we've deemed as past the life cycle. This will be some underutilized equipment, well-performing equipment that we deem that we can push the life cycle. This is, the 4% was built into hedge against inflationary costs as we move forward for mostly the heavy-duty equipment and as well the medium-duty fleet.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. Mayor Branco, have your questions been addressed?
Yes, but one further question on some of that heavy equipment. I understand, Chris, the snow blower. We don't know how many hours it's going to be used a year or greater because of some winters we get heavy snowfall, others we don't. Is it not better to say conditions of the heavy equipment will be replaced if needed? Because we all know these heavy equipment, some of them that are on the road need a safety check, and if the safety check passes the inspection and it's not a laminate piece of equipment, that we're repairing it more than what it's worth. I just like to, because you and I both know there's some pieces of equipment like the blower, you can buy new, it could probably be used for 10, 15 years. I just don't want to see, just because the time's up and it's in mint shape, that we don't have to get rid of it.
Through the chair.
Thank you.
Through the chair to the question. No, an excellent question, and that, I'll go back to your previous question regarding that 4%. That's where we build out the fleet matrix, where we do those condition assessments and we review the equipment fleet. It is not a defined timeline that we are looking at replacing, and that's where that 4% kicks in as well. So as we hold on to these high-value pieces of equipment as we move forward, we're ensuring that we're funding the capital reserve for the equipment pool as we move forward as well.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing everyone's had their chance, I'll take mine. First, thank you for bringing this back, and I am not proposing to amend it, but I do have a question. One of the things that was amended or changed was the timeline so that we would know when to anticipate that this report is going to come to us every single year by April 30th. I appreciate that that's in there. Where is this in a grand to-do list somewhere where this item is kept so that we can verify that it isn't lost track? I'll say personally, I don't know that next March I'm going to be remembering, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be getting a fleet report next month. Where is that held? This question is to administration, either to Chris or further administration.
Through the chair to the question, I'd have to defer that, as I know there is a process that we're working on.
Okay.
The policy forms the foundation. There is within the roadmap for the fleet department a series of directives and internal procedures that would follow, that would cascade from the policy. The policy is obviously the cornerstone and the bedrock of the remainder.
Thank you.
To the chair, I can provide some further clarity to that. Administratively, we are scheduling out annual reports in our council schedule. So at agenda review every year, you'll see all the typical reports that come in a year, whether they're taxation, whether they're policy items that come year over year. So that's where that will be earmarked.
Thank you. And that agenda review, tell me where we can find that and who it's available to be seen.
Mm-hmm. To the chair, if council recalls, we have been having some discussions about creating a council SharePoint, and we do intend to put that on the SharePoint so that council can access it whenever they please.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Can I see the motion before us, please?
To the chair, there is a motion on the table from Councillor Hoyle.
Yes, there is. I just want to see it so that I can read it. Thank you. I think it was what was written, but I want to see it before we vote on it. Thank you. The motion before us is that council approves the fleet management and equipment pool policy C0-022 as presented. All in favor? Okay. Seeing none opposed, this is carried. Thank you, Mr. Bond.
Thank you.
Next in our agenda is the closed session for items 14.1, 14.2, and 14.4. I'm seeking a motion. So moved. Councillor Billingsley, all in favor? Okay, we'll be moving into closed session at 10:44. I turned the mics on. This mic's on. Okay, welcome back. It's 12:49. I'm seeking a motion to come out of closed session.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Billingsley. All in favor? Okay, we're out. During closed session, we had 3 items. I want to just briefly speak to those items were kept in the closed session due to Access to Information Act. Item 14.1 was advice from or to officials under Section 29 and Section 26. I want to speak to Section 26 for public record is items that will be published in the future within 90 days. So these will be brought back to the public. But there was a motion coming out of item 14.1, seeking that motion.
Don't have one.
14.1.
Do we have one up?
Sorry, Denise, we're looking for that motion to be on the screen. Sorry, thanks.
No worries.
Thank you for bearing with us. Thank you, Denise. Can you make it just a little bit bigger so that we can read the entire motion? There, I can see it now. Can other councillors see the screen of what's being presented? If not, the person making the motion, please say it out loud.
I am good to go, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I move that
Councillor
council direct administration to proceed with a facility assessment of the Air Cadet space up to $50,000 funded from the local government fiscal framework grant and to bring back a report to council in Q3.
Any discussion? All in favor? Okay. Seeing none opposed, that's carried. Item 14.2 that was in closed session was also under Section 26 and 29. Seeking that motion, giving administration a moment to get it on the screen for us.
And I will make this motion. I move that City Council direct administration to investigate the cost difference of subscribing directly to all benefits currently provided through Alberta municipalities for the City of Wetaskiwin and report back for Council's consideration at the April 14th, 2026 Council meeting. And I'd like to speak to that just for a second.
Go ahead.
I think it's very important for our staff to understand this is more of an administration thing than reducing any employee's benefits. This is just looking at the potential of a different administrator of current benefits.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, calling the question. All in favor? Seeing no opposition, this is carried. Item 14.4 that was in closed session was in closed session under section 26 and 29, so this too will be coming back. Giving a moment for administration to bring up that, the next motion. Councillor Elder?
Okay, so I move that council directs administration to initiate the pilot program discussed in closed session in 14.1 and report back to council prior to program implementation.
I believe that should be 14.4.
Oh, 14.4, sorry.
And in.
There we go, it's corrected in. As we see. Councillors, are you confident in the motion that you're voting on, or should we repeat it? Okay, seeing no calls for to be repeated, is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Carried. That ends our closed session portion of the agenda. Next is new business. In new business, we have 3 notices of motion. These will be placed on the regular council meeting of February 24th for debate and voting, so these will not be debated today. First, I recognize Mayor Branco. Please state and speak to your motion or request administration to do so.
Actually, I'll speak to that motion. My motion was to look at the Bollards downtown, that we're having a lot of issues with the snow removal. And I would like to know if we can even have a business case or to remove those Bollards that do not have the lights in them, to be removed and filled in with concrete so that we can have better access for our equipment to remove snow in the wintertime, and also for the business owners to shovel the snow. I believe it's been causing a lot of liability or hazardous to the people who want to park because we can't get you close enough to the sidewalk. So if we remove the Bollards that do not have lights and the ones that are close to the benches to be removed. So, but the ones with the lights and the ones that have near the benches to stay in place, just the non-lighting Bollards to be removed out of Main Street. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Branco. That'll be brought forward at our next meeting. Next notice is from Councillor Elder. You can state and speak to your motion.
Okay. All right, so I would just like to move that council discuss whether to retain an independent third party to review the procedural circumstances and decision-making process related to the investigation that resulted in the restriction of the mayor's access to City Hall. This is for the purpose of governance assurance only, and I would like a printed report for council administration and also a report for the public.
Thank you. That will be brought forward at the February 24th meeting. Next notice of motion, Councillor Aberley, please state your motion and speak to it if you wish.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor White. I will be making a motion that administration create a facility usage policy. I'm hoping for items clearly indicating certain things among many parameters, but also restrictions, if there are to ever be any, on the use of city-owned facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aberley. That concludes the business of today's regular council meeting. I declare this meeting adjourned at 12:59.